The woman. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was gonna walk through everything again just to try to use the perception.
It takes you a moment. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust, no phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. Okay, but after that we get back to our own assignments. There really is no explanation for this detour right now. None. None whatsoever.
One more door. There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door will open at one time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort of tool meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands. A realization crucial to personal growth. Crucial.
Oh, really? All the white checks unlocked again, dude? We just fucking had that, dude. Alright, let's fucking... Here we go again, man. Minus half-light. This one I'd actually want to forget, dude. You can never open the door. Unless something happens when you actually have the ability, or when you actually research it. Sucks having all white checks unlock. And then, I only have, like, all, white checks unlock, and I don't have any. Except the one. I mean, I could use a level up perk on it to forget it. If I wanted to be a big asshole, I could just remove it right now. But I don't know, that might be a little too much. Rhetoric. Law jaw. Half-light's already pretty low. Actually, it would be the worst one to have. At least this one gives you Inland Empire, right? This one doesn't give you anything. Maybe I'll spend a point to unlock him. Get a roll out of it at least. Otherwise it's a true waste. My compromise. There's a way to teleport into here. Save me a few loading screens. Still have the polo on. I feel like I do. Hopefully we get it this time. Although if we did, then it'd be truly a pointless thought. But I mean, hey, we got it. That's all that really matters. I don't have any other intellect check. Give me some physical ones. Hey, man, you know.
You're back before the cargo container. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you. The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself.
I'm just gonna shit his pants. Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
We've been trying to get this door open all game, man. It looks like it might be worth it.
One more door. There is no way to open the...
I would love to forget this. I hate that it costs points to forget. I mean, this is essentially just... Well... He got served, yeah. Gotta believe, man. I hate that this is a skill point, but it'll give us a half-light and another thing. Empathy. One of these takes a long time. The long time ones seem to be more worth. I could wait till I get another good one, or just forget it anyways. Thing is, in the long run, a thought could have way more value than a single level. So adding another thought could be good. Since one more door's got nothing, no point to it. Oh, this is a psych one. Not intellect. Oh, my bad. Do I have any psych ones? I don't think I have any psych ones either. These are not very useful to me. Just her. Which I already kinda not needing. I'll probably spend a level on it. At some point. is in here. So it makes me really interested in the supply depot, man. I wonder if there's ever an actual way to get in there. If it's just like an Easter egg or something. If you just save reload for the 3% enough. Or you just juice your stats. Interfacing. What the fuck? Hey man.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You
Overwhelming
cannot
presence
make out
of capital.
any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard.
My visual calculus is like 8. We could have got it higher, but...
In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual.
Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Ah, Herschel. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together.
I wonder if you need like a shitload of the savoir-faire or whatever. Or something to like get some cash or suggestion.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls.
Of course.
Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, bail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you.
The bending light appears to wake.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Kra. All I did
Come
was
on,
take
Kim.
that fortune
I was
and
right
invest
about
it
this.
prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Accumulation is its own reward. Working their asses off while you chill here. We'll play him up, man.
Precisely, Mr. Dubois. You know, I hear people talk sometimes about economic equality and fairness, but tell me, where would we be without liberalism? In caves, whacking each other with bombs, a nightmare scenario, a world of slavery and violence.
Economic equality and fairness. I'm fans of those things, but look, man. The here and now. We stay on his good side. Maybe I can get squeeze him a little bit, but probably not. Not everything has to have deep ramifications for the rest of my life. But sometimes you could just use somebody in a small situation, man. What is this number on the bottom of the screen, dude? It's not my money, is it?
Where we are right now, the freedom of mankind can only be derived from the free flow of capital. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
What is
The
that?
Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1 or 100,
He's so rich that
means one person
he's on
possesses
a
all the net
physically
worth
different
among
like
that group of individuals.
plane
It's been
almost.
observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual. The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for
Kim
Martinez.
doesn't even see it.
Cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
Come on, Kim.
It's perfectly alright. As you may know, us high net worth individuals don't have a lot of cash on hand. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
3 real.
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound? Thanks for stopping by.
Need higher conceptualization. Does Kim hate me, man? We'll see where this goes for fun. But I think I might care about Kim's respect a bit more. This is just so wild, I'd like to see what happens. That's it. All we got.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Godly failure.
Go on. I'm ready. Hold on. Have we met before? Yeah, on second thought. Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came pitched me and a handful of other investors on an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world. Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... How do I put it? They lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity. We lost all of our money. High archetypes never deliver.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty. Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You're welcome. Now, was there something else I could help you with?
Bankruptcy sequence. Alright. Is there any other fun things you can do with this guy? Or is that it? We'll return to Kim respect, man. Guess we were at the breaking point on handouts with this. All those guys talks here. I wonder if he can invest in you. You nailed that conversation. Be fun to see it, but I don't know if I want to sit here. Reload too much. I'd have to reload probably quite a bit. Just to see it. It's not even where I plan on staying.
The man stands. The feeling causes all the hairs on your... Something's amiss. Trying to visualize the fit in the general stillness.
Hello.
Only your tongue moves, flickering.
Welcome.
You can't hear.
No. Who am I? Anyhow,
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant.
pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
So does Kim just say these things for this guy no matter what? Or is this some kind of like breaking point for Kim? I don't really like the idea of them pushing you from just exploring options.
Why go so soon? Welcome back, gentlemen. What traveling. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Well, as we say in my circle, it's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that they're simply spending money on smart luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. And don't get me wrong, they're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods. What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just...
Alright, we're out of here, bro. Guess we've seen what we want to see there. That was a fun little thing. I don't know if really we could go back in and mess with it a bit. Maybe we could come back here when Kim's not here and fuck with it. That could be fun. Maybe we'll do that. If it's the Kim thing that's stopping us, maybe we could come back. Along with the singing. I'm interested in being in Kim's good graces. They seem pretty bitter about all that. I also want to have fun and explore. Just to see more of the game, really. I mean, even if he gave us a lot of money, I don't really care that much. I just kind of want to see the dialogue. Only possible thing that's like insane money we could buy is the street lamp, which I don't think is super duper important. Could try the Hanged Man. Man from Heimdall. There's a lot of things we want to do when Kim's not around. Ugh. Love to do the wash basin. You imagine that probably help with her. My hand-eye coordination is ass cheeks, dude. I can't believe we still don't have any more tools for opening that ice chest, man. Oh, we still gotta go check that. Ugh, they really don't let you warp in here, dude. Ugh. You think once you have the key card, they would just let you warp after that? Just compounds the issues with the loadings. The loading times. Ugh. God, my eye is still burning. It's distracting. Well, it was fun. I mean, outside just the joke of it, though, there's not much going on. That's why I kind of want to go back and just see if there's any more fun shit with it. Because it took quite a bit to get in there. mean, I get a kick out of it. Just the gag with him just being that rich. But other than the gag, there's not much else. Yeah, which I like. Or our guy's just crazy. But the stuff with the pail makes me think it's got, yeah, a bit more complicated physics about it. Or somehow something created by humans like wealth can have a adverse effect on actual reality. I'm gonna go wash my eyes out or something.
It takes you a moment. The reeds, the constant, the trap. No loc, no phasmid either. But still, your voice echoes on the...
Well, debate worked on something. This doesn't mean it.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. Okay, but after that we...
Alright. Already been in there. God, that soap, dude. I think it just leaves some serious fucking residue on my hands or something. Goddamn. One of those like, stop rubbing my eyes, but then my eyes need a rubbing, dude. Because they burn. I just rub them just enough and just the right way. Maybe. I'll give this guy his coat back, I guess. I want to get rid of one more door. Or maybe it's not the most pressing thing.
Tequila sunset. Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come through. Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This... I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
Scrubbing. Kim's okay hearing about this shit. Can I wash it in the same place I wash the boots? I gotta wash it in the basin in here. I'm coming in this time, dude. And it's a better room than the hotel. It's free. Nice. Guess he never comes in. Put a check under the floorboards, but...
On the table, you see a bowl of water. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
Can I, like, make it easier to do? Take my hat off. Take the tie off. Take the shirt off.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh, thank God. I would have cut your throat.
I'll have to come back and try that again. I'd really love to. Might have to actually upgrade it.
An old mirror.
No hand-eye coordination. I want to see him shave them. I'd imagine that would help with the date for sure. Too wobbly. Like, Jesus. You guys having trouble, man. It's like, what is he using, a fucking straight edge, man? Like, razor? Like, what's up? Welcome back, man. Japan next summer. How come? I mean, cool though. A class thing or? Oh, cool. That'd be fun, man. For nothing else, just a trip, just to check it out. Why not?
Heavy wooden doors. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The carving on the doors remain unchanged, closed with a padlock. Nothing happens, only the...
I don't think that's good.
High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush, cold and wet from the ocean bay.
Yeah, I enjoyed going there.
Around the massive keel-shaped
I'd go back someday if I ever had the dough.
Washing both sides, the way it is done for 340 years.
It'd be a
The
chill
wind
trip for
keeps
sure.
its distance. So should you.
I don't have any big plans to travel right now. Probably go to like Finland or something if I did again. Unless I was a rich man, then I guess I'd travel more often, but kind of a homebody. I wouldn't want to... I would definitely not dip into any crazy savings just to travel, sadly.
There is a hole in my heart.
The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were quiet enough. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is... Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Sure, pal. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah, that'd be my thing. If I could go places with relatively, what's the word? Just very little investment, very little, I mean, pretty much investment. Yeah, if I could just go, free and it just costs a little bit of time, I would go to places more often for sure. But because I am such a homebody, it's hard to justify spending a load of money to go places. Yeah. Well, if you can, that'd be a good idea to find some way to talk to some Japanese people. So that's always the best way to learn it, is to practice it. I wonder if there's like websites or anything for Japanese people trying to learn English. You could kind of go back and forth.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly
Oh, this is
cloying
a dude here.
sweetness. Only death smells like that.
Death.
It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads, Shish Kebab Revachol.
One second. Oh. Yeah, I used to remember my hiragana katakana. It helped a little bit in Japan, but nothing quite like actually speaking it often. But I only took it for like a year in college just because I needed a foreign language. I'd love to learn the language legit, but a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of other things I want to do, like playing disco Elysium.
It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet.
It's a cool thing though. It's we'll seeing people learn it and get better at it.
It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Yeah. That class was relatively intense. As it should be, but teachers definitely like to, you know, call you out on you, and they wanted to force you to actually practice it and know it. Problem is, it's just a lot of memorization where to really learn it, it would be better to interact with it more than an hour 3 times a week in class, right? Saying it to yourself can only do so much. Unless you're going apeshit looking into it a lot in your free time.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
Red Astra.
Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Oh, this guy's moving. Yeah. Well, if anything, it'll be a good way to kickstart. Then you can just keep up with it in your free time.
2 empty bottles of
You
Tallulah
get
vodka
fluent.
and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up.
A tragedy.
Tragedy. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. I mean, yeah, you never know how things will change, but at least you got a path of some sort you want to try to attempt to go down. Yeah, and it never hurts to learn a language, man. It's always good. Wish I could speak like Spanish or something. Or any other language. Someone will continue to live in America. Spanish probably have the most use. Personally, though, Japanese would probably have the most use. But just because the amount of Japanese media intake. Just a lot to memorize. God, my eyeballs, dude. Jesus. Oh, did we meet in Spanish, really? I would have taken Spanish. Didn't barely have a grasp of the English language. And, God, yeah. I remember now. Jesus. There was, what's his name? Was it Connor? The big, tall guy. I think I met him in there too. Although I didn't talk to him after like 10th grade or something. I don't know why I remember that. A few other people. Anyways, yeah, I wasn't able to take a refresher course in college on Spanish because I already had experience in high school, but like, I mean, I don't remember it because it was 9th grade. I can remember 5 years later, but they wouldn't let me. That's why I took Japanese. I was to do something that has some value to me that's different.
A man lies on the boardwalk.
Oh shit.
His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him
This
was
might
an
be
empty
her.
bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
This might be the husband.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Yeah.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
I like the composure angle there. Good, we upgrade it. Really, you can't go wrong upgrading anything, right? It's all got some use. Only losing things. What do we want here? Conceptualization. Logic would be not bad, but visual calculus is always good. They won't be stressed. Why does he feel the... What was the question that he feels the need to comfort people? Maybe he wants to make sure people feel like they're going to be able to explore and relax. I mean, I suppose that's a thing you'd be doing. Maybe there's less, like, permanent loss of stuff. I don't know. Maybe they're letting the we want easy difficulty in Souls crowd get to him. I have no idea. I would like, it would be interesting to know the context of that. Whatever. As long as the game's good, I don't care what they do.
A man lies on the boardwalk. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no, this sounds terribly familiar.
It does. Like how once again we were right, man. Kim getting destroyed. Not a super cop,
You
man.
find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench.
That's how it
Coagulated blood covers his black
Accident.
hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
Yeah, that's a interesting way to try to describe those features, but I think he's just saying quality of life features with little punishing difficulty attached to them. You don't have to make like a 10-hour run to the entire world to get to the area you haven't been to before, some shit back at the beginning. Sounds like you just kind of would need, I mean, depending on the size of the world, but
He was just about to head home.
challenging.
The first step back home proved to be his last.
Nice.
That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Anything left inside.
I mean, I'm gonna play it either way, but I don't mind learning or trying to get some kind of God, my words are bad today. Really bad. I'm fucking zombie mode. Some kind of insight into the developers' thought process or how they perceive some of the features they've added. Problem is, it could just be to try to be nice on the PR, right? To try to get more people to play it. So it could just be disingenuous, but we'll see. I'll read it. I mean, I slept enough. My eyes are just burning. This game's already gives me enough to think about, so maybe I'm just preoccupied. I don't know. Definitely not feeling really critical, and I had definitely a few moments today where I just didn't have the words I was looking for. It happens.
It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Rabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Bamboozling me? Maybe. My eyes burning and my nose going because of that. Not helping.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
It's the man's, it's the lady's husband, man, for sure.
That's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
Because it's the most
jacket.
working-class death you've ever seen.
We don't need to do that one. Let's hit him with the real shit.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
True.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down
it'd save a lot of
trauma in
dialogue.
the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Sure. I think we know who this is, though. Unless he just took the dude's fucking jacket. Which, I mean, the jacket's not enough, but the library card, I feel like, should be a big one.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July
Billy.
53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member.
That one lady's name was Billy.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books
She's
written
a reader.
in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that
I think it's
the
worth
book has
asking
been
her
returned.
about it. To confirm.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
That'd be a good thriller.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
I think we already know about it. We'll play it. We'll play it out. Is there another way in here? I'm not really seeing one, dude. We could come back, though. Doesn't have to be now that we do it. get there from over here. Okay. Then I could get up here. One of the problems with you actually controlling it is the pathfinding is not really as much of a thing. You have to hope there's something you could click in the background or some shit. Maybe we were up here earlier. But I have had issues with pathfinding. Or just not being able to tell where I can actually move around. You kind of get stuck on weird things and go slow in other parts.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into, barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
Maybe before we did that, but...
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks.
Not yet, pal. Ask this lady.
A shaggy-looking girl, in her late teens or early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you.
So should you. Oh, I didn't notice that.
This is barely a hat, dude.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark
We
roots
don't need to
showing.
regain control.
There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Why? Okay, it's Burger.
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
Okay.
Get some more authority on this one. We have the authority boots, man. I'm not sure if I'll have anything effect on Kim in any way. Anything else that would look like it'd be useful? Some drama. Doesn't this lower your authority?
Hello again. This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Okay.
A contact mic record sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Contact Mike.
No. You're welcome.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick
Yeah,
up
really.
vibrations from the air. The book
He's
said it only
talking to
picks
me,
up
the
structure
player.
and sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium. Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
The second one.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Elysium going kind of person. I don't know what that means.
I
I
grind.
don't know what that means either. That's cool.
Morale
Such
critical.
love. Was there something else? About the contact mic,
I
perhaps?
did regain my morale there. Well, I've never died from morale being too low. Probably should have let that play out, see what happens.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. Sure. Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something.
The musicians in the
Drugs.
Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Take this, you're called.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Give her your hat.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Elysium or something. Stupid.
You're not getting
It's
my
really
hat. It's too
not
used.
gonna be a Elysium, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
He's already turned us down multiple times.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
I'm not giving her my hat.
Go ahead.
Empathy. Already have a tape recorder.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Elysium. Except that, yeah,
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, there will never be a club for anodic music here.
Oh,
Not
shit.
in a million years.
you know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Secret task.
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. This is an evolutionary step up from amplified instruments, which in turn are a step up from acoustic instruments. What comes after it, you wonder? A black-tinted nothingness or something finer?
No, not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Yeah, you know, that's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door. Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about him, he'll tell ya.
I'll ask him.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So empathy here. Do we have any empathy action? Fucking boombox, dude. Doosh, 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 doosh.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the...
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Fast and clean.
True.
A good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like everyone to know.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Yeah. The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager. You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
Is this a rhetorical question?
Faubourg, not in Faubourg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
Some of your lies have been pretty good.
She nods very cautiously.
I could call her out.
Well, it's...
Fast and clean, a good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like every...
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. The usual. You know,
Interesting term. Time to glean.
my dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess. Thank you?
The girl is truly proud of herself.
Go ahead.
Free XP, I guess. We could say something about the rich people, but I don't really see the point. Alright, we hit him with the authority here. Nothing says authority like a giant boombox, though, huh? That outfit, you like it, Mom? Shit's fancy. Empathy. Alright, I need to take a quick piss. Grab a different drink. Back in a minute. Oh yeah, I was gonna have a drink, I forgot. Oh, whatever. Booze drink, but I just opened up a fucking can of Coke. Maybe later if I'm still on. Tomorrow, I'm not really caring that much. Felt like it yesterday and I still kind of feel like it today. Just not any great degree. Is there a hat I would give her that I don't want? Orange bum hat. I mean, even this gives you something, right? You never know. It'd have to be something like, you know, something that I have that just is done better somewhere else, like the gloves. Shall even the guardian gloves, even though they're worse technically, do give you unique dialogue options. The armor doesn't. Well, the armor might at some point. Who knows? Point is, everything still kind of has a point.
Come on, get in. Oh, sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Yeah, dude. Right at home. Nice. Perfection. Impressive. Very nice. Don't think we had. I obsessively autosave in this, but I don't know if I did anything right after. Absolute perfection. I love Darkwood on my GOG wishlist. Take that off. Email me about it and some other game called Entomorph that I don't remember adding. Far Cry 1 and 2 were on sale a couple days back, but like I'd like to mess around with some of those kind of like old school shooters. Not that old school, but the original Far Cry's, but I think I'll have another chance to get those at some other point. I still have Homeworld on there, but my brother has Homeworld, so I can just play it through him. Alright, looks like I did save, I think. Alright, let me see.
Hello again.
Could try to go get her headphones back. Well, let's talk to the fellas first.
Come on, get in. Sorry.
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, Ethan.
Oh shit. How the hell do they fit in this fucking tent? This tent's way bigger than it's a... Definitely raving. Nasal sprays.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Here comes the night!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, do you think?
Just saying no, dude. Solve the egghead puzzle.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
Annoyed.
I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
The young man picks up a thin
Sync
metal
the
sword
signs with
blade
Noid.
and nods. You see a youngish
This is
man
Andre.
reaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his
Definitely
hair.
futuristic.
Aggressively so. You get the sense that this is what the future will look like.
The future is now. Oh god. Crash caused like a delay or something on the audio. Let me reset the capture. One second. Hardcore! Hardcore! Or maybe it's just lagging here? Yeah, I think it kind of is. You just have like delayed sounds still.
Imbecilic. Yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecilic, like this guy.
Don't shake it.
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead.
And it hardcore.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Yeah, so you're in a fucking tent on a fucking ice shelf, dude. We're not even a shelf. It's fucking just ice.
The place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Alright.
Dumpheads. Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that. The word.
The word.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there were the worst kind.
Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes... All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Oh, so you met her? Good.
Yeah, of course.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Not long, like a week maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%.
So all these guys have
85% sure
killed all these people.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, deep.
Yeah. I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
We'll just play along.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the question.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Let it fall to the ground, then pick it up like a normal adult person. I don't have the reaction speed.
Noid watches you pick up the key with a smirk.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
The
When
machinery.
I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires.
Into the distillery?
Into water. Never seen anything
Or some
like
drug
it.
fucking creation done?
Andre, tell him about the feeling. Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times, and we felt someone or
Right.
something eyeing us inside, like you aren't alone.
It wasn't quite human, if you know.
Not you,
Not human.
as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
Of course it's not human, dude.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time. But I believe her. If she comes out running...
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you
Oh,
in
shit.
this nonsense.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this...
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on.
Yeah, I doubt we're gonna have
to it. Sick
doubt it's gonna be like that. Unless we're gonna start getting into some Lisa shit and people are fucking mutated in this fucking church, man. Hardcore. Gonna have to figure out how to crack the hardcore guy here. He's got like cowboy boots, man.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff.
He appears sincere enough, sire. You could, of course, be wrong.
We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machine. Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I don't see a single thing wrong with that
I'm
argument.
70% sure there's substances.
70%.
Don't let the
Where does he get a
technology fool you.
statistic?
Sure. What? He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies. You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans. He's a performer, gets the people going.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. An MC, for sure.
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
Have you ever really
Yeah,
talked to him?
sometimes. When I, stumble and find my way into his centre, You have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first, though.
So you just wait.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself.
Based egghead. Why does he look bald in his art? But he's got hair in his model.
I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Minor demagoguery. I feel like I need more encyclopedia. I want to do the hand-eye coordination to shave our dude's fucking beard. The encyclopedia or one of these would be nice. Empathy or suggestion. That would be good. I like logic. It's a fun one. I think those would be the options I'd be after. For dialogues, a suggestion, empathy, logic. Maybe encyclopedia.
You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo. Meteo, a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
One of the poorest of the first world nations today, but once a great ancient civilization.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And
they have ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church.
Why is his
Plus,
girlfriend
they anoint
outside,
the
man?
innocents.
There's plenty of room in here.
Like, made the innocentic system, no?
How do these guys even have the money for this fucking equipment, man? They sound like exactly the kind who would want loud anodic music in their church. Just play along with these guys, they're so fucking stupid, why not? Sarcastic.
You're right, they do.
The Pericanassian church is
Hardcore.
about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
We dance.
Love is hardcore.
Fuck yeah.
Unity. Unity.
Hardcore.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Hardcore. Yeah.
feels good.
He's fucking tapping.
Oh yeah, it can. He's coming around. You're getting it.
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Formidable failure. Where's my posse? Can't help me.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
I don't think we were implying anything else. I've been all in.
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Reeks of sweat.
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe. Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without the noser,
Of course,
I'd be
dude.
drowning in shit right now.
No substance abuse here, man. This dude just has some bad motherfucking allergies.
Nosefed is the shit.
Yes. What? It does, doesn't it?
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid?
No, do you smell ether?
He sniffs the air. It doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug-related. They look and act like the kind of guys who've done their fair share.
You're telling me the hardcore guy isn't natural, dude? What?
However, their breathing is regular, their jaws stay put and their pupils aren't dilated. So, not under the influence right now.
Maybe he is natural right now. Or his mind's already fucking broken.
At least, not under the influence of stimulants. That doesn't rule out hallucinogens, benzos, some depressants. How do you know all this? He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Logic, godly.
As always.
Got a lot of logic here. Does this look like a logical man to you guys? Oof. I'm looking fucking super logical. I'm helping him start a nightclub, dude. I want to find out the truth.
The young man with...
This is hardcore. It's hardcore! Skibber danger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
But you still are.
Thank you for your very kind words.
What happened?
Life tore me a new
That's
asshole.
a real downer.
The young speed freak is silent.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
We'd hit him with everything.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Maybe we should have tried to solve the puzzle of Egghead before doing this. That might be more fun, just for shits. We might lose our chance to enjoy his dialogue now.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
Okay.
No shit.
We don't need drugs to be hardcore.
Shut the fuck up, Egg.
Climb down from the equestrian monument, cop man. Consciousness is new to the universe.
What exactly is it you know? That's... Come on, that's...
Against the law.
I meant to say, not true. What do you mean?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient? Okay, man, okay. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in its
Drug
Rever
club.
Show. Because we do! We totally do!
We just need to turn it into a speed lab before.
Speed lab.
Foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man, they're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
Ask for a bribe first. Let's decide later, I think.
We can continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstandings, no more lies. Before you go, is there anything else you need? Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically. No doubt, a little.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically. No doubt, a little relieved.
So how do I actually continue this?
As always.
I actually probably have to finish, I imagine, the other thing before I can bring that back up.
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
All core! All right!
All core.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible
Very
movement
large head.
of the music. In
Hardcore! Ah!
Oh.
Is it though? One mind, one spirit, there's no other world.
The puzzle, man.
We're close. True, hard, full, core, hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent.
All core! All
he furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I am the Mike Enforcer. We're close. True, hardcore, hard, internally coherent.
all core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his.
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? The club, true, hard, full, hardcore, hardcore, internally coherent.
All core! All right!
He furrows his.
Hardcore!
The question is, what is the... But there was no question. We're close. True. Hardcore, internally coherent.
All car. All right.
Yeah. Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. I want everybody's close. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore, internally coherent.
All car. All right.
He furrows.
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? One mind. One.
You either react a certain way to what he says.
Hardcore is a mega internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be. Yakokata is a hardcore play.
Yakokata is an abbreviation from the Gradian
I need some food, Jesus, I'm getting
zone
hungry.
of ecological catastrophe, an intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas
I'll
of
go
phosphorus
make
mud,
a PB&J
ripped
in a bit.
tarpaulin fluttering in the wind.
After hardcore, man.
Rubber boot.
We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Hardcore, internally coherent.
All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal.
Okay.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51.
It's like the most, like, just casual pump too, man. He's gotta be exhausted.
From being hyper, it's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto.
Proto.
Like it's not fully formed yet. You might
I continue pumping for all of 51.
But you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
Wow! Culture cop!
El Capo del Art. That was just the art cop.
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Yeah, he's doing it.
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know, so does mine.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
Uh-huh. Oh. No! This is the answer!
Do I need more? Imagine it. Do I need more Inland Empire or something? god, physical instrument. Expert on analytic music.
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
Class war.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things.
So, it's not this one. It's the world that's a thought reader in this equation.
Yeah! Revolution imperative!
Unless you were thinking Revolution imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean. Yes, I think it's correct to say that.
The world is a cold sink. You
A
are in
cold
its
sink.
arms.
Okay. You're a communist.
Yeah! Dark hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Lungs are for love!
Lungs are for love, man.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid.
Oh man, he's lonely.
Damaged feeling grows
Oh,
on
that
and
is
on,
hardcore.
'cause I've never loved someone like you before.
A dopamine surge accompanies the words.
Healed my
Feels
morale.
like electricity flowing down your scalp.
Thank you.
Dissipated into your neck. Feels good.
Thank you,
Like a
Egghead.
spark of life in that moribund sponge you call your body.
Alright!
Let's tempt the physical instrument here. Minus physical instrument. We need some more Inland Empire maybe, man. Do we need some dreaming? Might as well get her prep just in case. Logic is not necessary here, man. We're in a lawless, irrational zone. Alright, dude. Let's see if we can rumble.
The large-headed.
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up!
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust.
Did someone say disco?
Oh shit. Horrific necktie wants to try again, man.
No.
Did someone say disco?
Oh my god.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to That's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my A sticker? You mean the yellow?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
So I can hear you do it. Sometimes the outside gaze helps us reflect on things.
Noid, don't bother our guests with your game.
Piss off, Andre. Me and Mr. Cop are trying to discuss art.
You shouldn't talk like that.
Cool. The ban on foulness. That's the moralist plot to alienate us from our bodily functions so they can control us more fully. Anyhow, what was the sticker like? Good, good. What did you want to know?
Are you able to give all answers in this game without dying? Or they're wrong answers? Oh, consequences? There's consequences, but I would say more often than not you can explore all the answers. There are sometimes you will maybe get a few negatives from something, or you'll go down like a different path. But for the most part, the game is very nice about letting you explore a lot of stuff. I would say 2/3 of the time at least you could just pick whatever you want. You could go back through dialogue and try different options and stuff, but there is some consequence. Otherwise, it'd be kind of fucked, but there's quick save options and save options in general, so if you really, you know, get blindsided and you don't like it, you can back out. I wouldn't go so far as saying it's like a visual novel. It's not quite that free. I mean, you could save and stuff, but and retry things, but it's not as static. Each playthrough is going to be pretty different, not just from choices, but because your builds just give you just different dialogue pops up because of your builds and stuff. So I mean, in this playthrough I'm never going to get every single piece of dialogue because I just literally don't have the stats for stuff to appear. So like I won't get much. I've gotten almost no savoir-faire dialogue, but I get a shitload of conceptualization dialogue. Yeah, it's cool. And there's a lot of things that have like rolls, you know, percentage chances, but they have ways in the world, or way, you know, you can level up to try them again. There are some things you could just fail, but they usually have a fun thing that happens from failing. It's almost better in some of these situations to fail, so you can be very experimental and just be fun with it, but because of the quick saving and how much they let you explore each choice, it's not super punishing. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. It's slow burn, so if you don't want to like sit in front of a character for like an hour or two straight and talk to him, then that's the kind of game it is, but it's cool, I like it. What did you want to know? What makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by classical solarist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Planescape. That's been on my list for a bit, but I wanted to get through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 first. I did 1 last year, but I did 2 this year.
The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing. It is.
So right here, you can pick one, and then you could go back through it.
The clothes, the music, same thing. Not alone. Many people are thinking the same thing.
And then you could go back through it and see something else.
Gathering at the Elysium. The beat is the same for all.
There are times though where you'll do that and it can turn out poorly for you, but it doesn't happen that often. And even if it did, it's not a big deal. You just gotta accept you will not see everything or do every little thing. One playthrough is just not that kind of game.
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
It's an emoji, man. Planescape is, yeah. From what little I saw of Planescape and hear about it, it seems to be like small area, extremely dense dialogue. Like, this game doesn't have a lot of ground you cover, but I've played it already for at least 30 hours now. And I've still got an absolute shitload to do. There's just a metric ass load of dialogue. Even on just a single playthrough. I feel like I'm being relatively exhaustive, and I do a lot of reloading just to see different things, but there's an ass load I'm sure I still haven't seen. As exhaustive as I can be, not truly exhaustive.
We're all the same. Same eyes, same smiles, same death. He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death.
The hardcore expels death.
Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really
Who is he?
ecstatic about the beats.
Like a higher power here? Did he actually say a name earlier? Latest modernism. Man's loss haunting him.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
The face, okay. I lost the plot there while I was blabbering on. Sometimes I accidentally do that. Like, this one probably has a bit of an impact on the conversation since there's a better not mention it. I could explore it, but I can also just play along with them here. He seems like too up his own ass, artsy, to really want me to bring it back down to earth with drugged out of his mind or sell it.
He blinks, waiting for the next question.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for? Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The supernatural.
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest? That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed.
Why are you calling Lloyd? He looks like some kind of man of the cloth here, dude.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. You heard me. I'm doing what I can.
It's not easy for him. It probably took him years to get used to Andre. He looks like a well-thought-out individual. The synchronization might be worth it in the long run.
How do we sync, dude? Do I need to change my fucking stats to sync with them? Prove you're one of the crew to sync with them. That might not be an option. I'm not gonna help him make a drug den. Drama. God, which one of these do I fucking want? So many clothes now. I think this is okay for now. I was having like a nice general set. Looks those physical instrument checks didn't work out. I could just level it once. Not like it would suck. Well, the only one it's gonna really help with. The ice cream maker, which might not even need it for him.
The large head.
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up! Pump it up!
Maybe we'll get another chance. Let's see what's happening in the church first.
Yes?
Can we talk to him about what we just saw? No?
The shaggy head.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Shoot. I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
No shit.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them. May I ask? What did you tell them? Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
I won't
She's
believe
less
you.
prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Right.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Could be something else, man.
She obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
I could put on a mesh tank top.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw. Why? Nothing. Anyway, what else?
That doesn't help with the empathy. Okay.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... My associates? Sorry.
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
I could buy her headphones, man. Let's go see if they're at the store. Yeah, we got a lot to do, huh? When can I shave my fucking face, man? I really need to level up my hand-eye coordination just to fucking shave, dude. I'm that fucked. Superstar. Okay. Let's port back, I suppose. I might want to go try some of these too. For shits. They might get easier to do tomorrow. I'm very distractingly hungry. But I also have a lot of things I want to do in game. 21 almost. I have to decide what we want to do now. Probably checks in case tomorrow's more options. Let's go ask the guy about the headphones. Sure why I went this way. Gotta figure out where that helmet is too. We haven't seen everything on the coast. is this? One sec. What do you got in here, pal?
All the old...
Hello again. How can I help you? I doubt it, but I can try and answer. He's been by the shop a couple of times.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Sure, man.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of...
We don't have to do their shit right now. I don't have that much more ground to check. I should probably call the Policia in case that's like a overtime thing. Probably talk to that wife in the library. I gotta do a perception check on the body though. Oh, this fucking jam, dude. I hope nobody says anything about it yet. Oh yeah, that one lady's a wash lady. Maybe she could clean it. God, we still have so much to do. I haven't gone in the apartments at all. Covering the beach area though is quite a bit. Fucking music, dude.
This orange machine is... You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. No. This is going to need... If you want to try again...
Equip the pry bar by going to the...
I needed like a better pry bar, right?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Needed either like a special tool or we needed like... I need 2 tools?
This orange machine is...
I need some food. Hungry and eyeballs dying. Distracted or tired or all sorts of shit. I'd like to keep going tonight. Let me do this. Then I'm gonna take a small break. Some visual calculus going in case.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside it. Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look here.
Rip his jaws open.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished.
Oh.
No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
0.4 centimeters.
An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
Brainstem.
Yes, That's what this part is called. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake.
Did he shoot himself? I mean, 0.4 centimeters. I mean, he shoot himself in the throat or something else?
Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The undulations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Pretty hardcore again.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin.
Sharp, serrated material.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside, the object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
92%. Come on, dude. Like, come on. I could get more interfacing.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just... The inside of the head feels
Not gonna
cold
say anything,
and
no.
smooth, like a glove. Sweat
Distractions,
dripping down
man.
your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand
Pure
emerges
concentration.
from
I
the
wanna
mouth,
fuck it up.
covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
As a gift.
Of course. You've earned it. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate. Back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit
Sounds
wound
like
in the
heaven.
occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
The mystery. More mystery. They set it up pretty good. To make you think possibly that it was just going to be a mundane, obvious killing, and it was going to be more... I think it's not that it seemed obvious, it was that the context. There's so much, like, political and, like, dramatic, like, conflict surrounding it, that it seems like the game would be more focused on that. And it still is, but... it's a good way to kind of, like, smoke and mirror that there's an actual mystery to the mystery part instead of just going for the mundane bit. I mean, them having a perception check pretty much made it obvious, but they draw attention to it being simple a lot. I think is good to make this part a little bit more exciting.
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real
The shot man, yeah, to change his name.
In this case,
this is what I was talking about earlier, is there's possibility that maybe the lady or some other party possibly set it up to create conflict, but that'd be pretty deep. But we still have a lot of conversations, have a lot of people, so.
This injury here. Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the
Dead
yard.
dabba doop
All of
doop.
it was done after this man was already dead.
The fuck is dead dabba doop doop, man?
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation.
My thing is, like, I would actually respect the game. I mean, I still respect the game, but like I would respect it even more if they required all this visual calculus, the bullet, all of that, and it was actually still the hanging or something. It'd be kind of a untraditional, kind of interesting kind of red herring thing. I don't know how you would explain the bullet then, unless it was done afterwards to make them, like that was the treatment possibly. But it'd be kind of cute, because I mean in a game you assume I do the hard things, I go the hard long path, that must mean it's right or something, right? Like this has to be the true route kind of thing, but it'd be kind of cute to go against that. I don't know if that would just be more of a novelty, it would depend on how they executed it, but I'll leave it as an option. Who knows what'll happen, but more likely it's something with the bullet here's the cause of death.
There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assume
Find the bullet before you get fooled.
as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
Yeah, it is very neat.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
You can, yeah, because it's an achievement. Although I imagine you can fail the game wrong, or finish the game possibly wrong, right? Maybe. Like, maybe you could have the wool pulled over your eyes and then finish the game, but there's like a different way to finish it. Well, the game doesn't have like an ass load of consequence. I think there's enough that there's probably multiple endings. Yeah. Best to not. And if there's not multiple endings, that's fine. I think multiple endings can be overrated. It's cool if done right, but it also can dilute the story. Having to focus on multiple endings to something, or small changes in the same ending, can kind of come across less strong. Depends on the quality. This game feels like it's got multiple endings, or at least different, like, varieties of endings. I mean, it could be one of those that just has like different add-ons, right, where they just kind of have an ending and then they add a little bit and they add a little bit, or, you know, Kim hates you, you go back to the town, you know, just little changes, but the meat of it's the same. Maybe they just shot him while they hang them.
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here.
I mean, it could be to create a conflict as like a power push, or somebody wants to, I mean, bring back the revolution. I mean, there could be all sorts of reasons. If you're on the side of the corporation or whatever, you try to kill this guy, blame it on the union to gain control over them and possibly maybe this area. I don't remember what the exact reason was for the value in the area, but some kind of power play. It could be, I mean, the union wants to put the blame on some of the workers instead of like, you know, just not push the blame away from themselves, but obfuscate who did it and why. Like it was just a simple guy who was making passes at a chick. And not actually, you know, the union leader, you know, making a deal with the guy. There's all sorts of reasons. We'll see. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible to have a story with great branching, hell, even multiple endings, you know, that does it right. I mean, there's plenty of VNs that, I mean, do that kind of thing. Although a lot of them still have a true, big, you know, final thing. But I think done half-assedly, is that a word? Done in a half-assed way, it can just create, instead of one really strong story, three maybe as example, weak stories. Just depends on the quality of writing. I mean, it just makes sense. It's harder to make a story that has the same level of impact when you have to do it over like 3+ different ways, right? Can definitely be done, but there's just more skill involved. That's definitely more of like a video game thing, so it's always cool to see the attempt. It just doesn't always work out. A lot of the times it's a true ending type of thing, so I wouldn't call that a cop-out, but there's usually, you know, like a silver lining on it. Maybe they shot him while they hanged him. Doubt it.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it doesn't explain all the other dubious things.
Yeah, but we'll say it.
Lack of struggle, primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me. Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it.
Wash off the death smell.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this.
I have things to do. Alright, I need to take a quick break. My stomach is fucking dying, so give me 5 to 10. I mean, I'll be back in 5, but I'll have to eat. Gonna eat here. If you guys haven't played Kentucky Route Zero, I'd really recommend it. It stumbles at some times, and in other ways it can feel maybe dull, but I think overall it's a pretty great experience. It kind of reminds me of this in some small ways. It has some thoughts on consumerism and like a capitalist workforce type of thing, and kind of also has kind of a modern backdrop, but it gets way more into like abstract, like surrealism type of shit. It's way more surreal and abstract just in general even than this is. But kind of like how this game tries to reflect on little things like that in a more in-your-face way, that kind of does it in a more, I don't know, symbolic kind of abstract way at times. Reminds me of it a bit. It's got really good music. Really awesome atmosphere. It's cool. I'd recommend it. A lot of dialogue. It's all about just exploring around, finding shitloads of dialogue, soaking in atmosphere and the setting and stuff. Still very different from this, but you can see bits of it in it. Kind of like how I can see little bits of Lisa in this, just like the macho or the masculine kind of stuff, and reflecting on like dystopian shit. That gets way more shock and I don't know, like body horror type of shit, right? But it's brand of dark humor and stuff like that, kind of similar. Obviously, neither of them are CRPGs like this, but still dialogue-heavy games with similar elements to them. Ooh, the sandwich was a good call, goddamn. I'm dying. You know what? I'm even gonna link the games. I would recommend these enough. Now, Kentucky is gonna be weird for some people. Depends on how much you can handle surreal, abstract shit at a slow pace, but I think objectively only it stumbles in any big way towards the end. Like this game, it also gets into some topics that aren't exactly mass appeal. Now, at least it's just enjoyable, unless you really don't like shock shit. Or, I wouldn't even say it's a dystopian, it's straight up apocalyptic. If you don't like body horror shit or some, you know, I don't know, dark humor. But, would recommend them both. I'm not saying you're gonna get Disco Elysium from them, but since Disco Elysium's got a very, I feel like unique brand of whatever it's doing here, those I've just thought about a little bit. I wouldn't call them super similar, but they might scratch some similar itches. They're just both good games, too.
I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside.
Thanks, kid.
Detective.
You said it.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
One sec, Kim. Rather he be there to do it at the end of the day. What's on the table? Do that soon. Let's go to his car and bring up the other death. So you can clearly tell from this playthrough I'm very Kim centric. This is very Kim I won't say oriented in playthrough. I guess it is. A lot of the times I've reloaded or chosen decisions, it's based around Kim's thought towards me and how he views the character and stuff like that. I wouldn't say we're total slave to Kim's will, but I enjoy his character enough that I would like to see what total respect and shit ends up being for a guy. I'm also, I feel like I've noticed being a lot more, I don't say good cop, but maybe a generic kind of just like, you know, trying to clean up, be professional. Not a total hard ass. Like obviously I've taken some bribes. I didn't bust those kids right away, but in general, going for a very good cop type of thing. I would imagine that's probably the most common type of playthrough. I doubt people. I mean, I'm sure there's people who go wacko, fucking like women hating, like violent, fucking like psychotic, super like hyper political, you know, stuff. But I would imagine this kind of playthrough, choice wise, is similar. Maybe I am overly exhaustive. I would say I probably do like an average amount of save scumming though. I don't know how people generally do it. I don't know what my goal is right now about saying it. I think I'm just looking back on the playthrough, the style I've been going for. I think on a different playthrough I would go way more experimental crazy, but I kind of just like it how it is right here. Kim is a generally very liked character.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag, bearing beside his orderly handwriting, The bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What? Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me. If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim.
Well, somebody used our guy's
In
fucking
conclusion,
gun.
the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal
Okay, so
loaded
it
from the
wouldn't
muzzle,
be from our
usually
gun.
in a cartridge.
Maybe.
The
Looks like
jacket
I had
of
a
the bullet
special
is
gun.
made of a yellowish metal.
We don't know
It
the
is
kind of gun he
glossened out
had.
to reveal
You'd
a
assume he'd
dark
have
grey
standard
hole.
issue shit.
The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far? A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary and jacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Oh, okay, I don't have to have the gun. I sold that gun, dude. I don't have to have it, literally. I could just know the name. Maybe having it would help. God, I wish you just couldn't even sell stuff like that. And hand-eye coordination. Encyclopedia helps here too. Hand-eye coordination. I'm sure there's other ways to figure it out. The thing is, I don't have any hand-eye coordination stuff. It's one of the hardest checks for me. The one we found didn't work. We had some more money. I really want to open up that ice chest so I could sell the fucking other shit, dude. I wonder with our Shivers level if we could just like do her thing upstairs.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
We should try again during business hours.
10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay.
Anything else, Detective? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead.
Yeah.
Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Not yet. But I was able to convince the data 57.
In the cabin, you
Good
see
stuff.
a set of steering levers.
Alright. Well, there's that done. The hand-eye coordination, man. I'd love to level this up. I love a perk that just juices hand-eye coordination. There's those shoes, man, but they're 50. They come with the speakers, which I might be able to sell, but this isn't even open. We could go check the Shivers thing. We have all sorts of stuff at night to do, though. On our own. What do I need Kim for right now, if anything? I think we should probably just karaoke, ask the lady out. Maybe I'll check the bullet and then upgrade hand-eye coordination to shave the face before I ask her out. Well, we're supposed to find an area for her. I don't know if she's still out. Those guys have gone to bed already. Here, what is on our table? Death smell. Wash the jacket. We got all sorts of shit we can do. Let's go have the conversation with the trap guy, because Kim's been important for that. But we got other solo shit I can do. Ma'am?
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
A tie.
It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course.
You know, to hell with it.
Of course, officers. No. It's the cryptid.
The cryptid.
Oh, yes. The 8-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years
That's
ago.
a dinosaur?
Mutation. All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned
Thanks,
Gotwaldian
Morel.
explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
That's not a real person.
The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert. Alone,
Nice
in
roll.
a blasted desert heap, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't
Eyes are
stepped
burning.
foot in over
It's that kind of burn they're not
1,000 years.
gonna.
Since the fall
Only a
of
night's sleep is gonna
Pegasus.
fix.
He was
Mess
lost
with them too
without
much,
any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noons. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times. Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then, the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching.
course.
He could step back. Every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away. The 8-eyed teratorn was indifferent to him as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind.
Come on, no way. Fuck yes.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrao is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one, I like. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
It is ballsy.
Sadly, yes, but there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol.
I mean, we saw a man who's so rich that he could bend light waves around himself, trick the poor without even knowing it. Maybe, man.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Yeah.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know? Of course, dear. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
I've already heard it all.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
Measuring things is important. How did she get the size?
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was
This came actually kind of into it, man.
Sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there. The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe,
Towering.
it left, went into the reeds. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore.
These traps weren't exactly
standing there knee-deep in mud,
big enough to
looking around
be
me.
useful against a towering creature, even if she was 5.
Where did you go? Don't go.
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
I love this dude's like somewhat Australian accent.
It did, yes.
Yeast.
Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour. How some
The
of its
colour.
limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
Oh, that's nice, man.
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Tempered.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Yeah. What if it is the case?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
Now we could ask her about, we imagined it. I don't think it would cause any big issues, but...
Oh, hello, sweetie. Yes, I saw it, but...
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here. What makes it a confirmed sighting? She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw
Sure,
it.
they just ruffled your hair, man.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Sweetie. Buddy.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has. But I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
Of course.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial. But inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct that.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds. Why don't you try convincing Morell his hypothesis is invalid?
Thank you for the vote of no confidence, Gary. An officer, I appreciate your concern, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol.
Did we go ahead of some stuff here?
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Insulted morale. I think we're already interfaced into the max. Unless... It's just better than the horrific necktie, straight up. Alright, I'm gonna ask a question. If you guys happen to know, I would appreciate. Obviously, you don't have to do anything. If anybody happens to know, the horrific necktie with the 98% alcohol, is that scene like... Is that a pretty neat scene? Is that something I should leave it on for? I mean, I could probably just leave the horrific necktie on anyways for the dialogue, I guess. One volition isn't gonna make or break, but I'm curious your guys' thoughts. Leave it on? Okay. That's fair enough. I was kind of leaning on that. I get more stats here, but volition's just kind of like HP, sort of. And I could still pop it on to min-max. Actually, what happens when I do it? Does it heal me? Oh, it does give me a bonus one. Okay. Neat. Why is this an interfacing check?
Pleasure to see an officer of the law.
But I don't understand. Just because they were feeling the trap and what could have happened?
I mean, officers.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new...
You have your suspicions, but nothing you can form into a viable explanation.
A different cryptid?
Oh, sweetie. Maybe you should stick to human detective work.
Right, I'm reloading for that one. That's the biggest slight anybody's given me this whole game, man. The sweetie and the talk down. I was gonna let it sit, man. Not after that. We could upgrade interfacing. I do have some other checks for it. Actually, I wonder if I have the tie on, I could get a bonus point. Surely the horrific tie is not needed right now. And I could put it 5. I mean, I have the levels. Hand-eye coordination I might level as well. Be a fair thing to do. And more interfacing. Like only a hand thing. What am I gonna do? You're gonna try this. If I fail, level up my interfacing. Then maybe level up hand-eye coordination after trying the bullet.
Hello. Lena and I were just...
You have your suspicions, but nothing...
A different...
Oh, sweetie. Maybe you should...
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him to be...
Thanks.
Thanks. I want to see what happens when we throw something in the face of this guy here.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the...
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely, you should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it. Even if it's
Last
bugs.
chance to talk to Gary.
Morel,
Doesn't he live around
it's
here?
been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
Always a pleasure to see officers. I told you.
'Tis true, sire. This...
I don't think there's anything else more to say with him on that. Alright, we can check the bullet here, I guess.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCMs. You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to remember arcane firearm models?
Alright. Now do I check it again? We could check the bullet tomorrow. What's the
bullet
chance?
is still safely sealed away.
17% ain't much.
Bearing the
I'd like to have some more. Just get some clothing that didn't suck fucking cheeks, man. Still would like to level up like logic again, or kind of play around with more psych ones, but that's if I'm feeling like we got some spare stuff. I'm really interested in the case, if you will, part of this. If I actually want to check that, yeah. When does Kim go off the clock? 22? I think you have to go to your room though to really get him off the clock. Check the pawn shop. Do the interfacing thing. And we should probably send Kim away. And go just do solo shit. Possible that one lady's like gone too. Might be smarter to actually send Kim away right now. And do the pawn shop check tomorrow. I think we have enough stuff we can do tonight. Anything else to see down here?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment.
It means they are...
He likes this find.
Alright, Kim.
The bear's eyes are still glowing.
Alright. I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands. I'll...
This might take too long. If she does go to bed, we'll have to try on another night. Well, you can't really remove Kim till 22, so you'd really hope that... I mean, you could just do it with him there. Dude, I didn't know how the selling worked, man. I still got the +1 for knowing about the rifle, though. I didn't even need it at the end of the day. I didn't realize the lady would give me 60. At that point, I already had reloaded trying to optimize so hard that I didn't think to bother reloading just for the fucking gun even farther. This wheel thing. Dude, Kim's worth it, man. Fucking respect the Kim, right?
It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Really, that's gonna be a call it the day thing? Can I just go in and come back out?
It's...
Grown ass man, I could walk in and walk out of a room if I want. We got plenty more things to do tonight.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, scrubbing all the necrotic tissue off your hands takes a while. The fingernails should have used gloves. Detectives use gloves. But man persists. And finally, your bruised hands look clean and presentable. Sort of. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin,
It looks so
producing
fun.
a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Christ, the chops were like such a like his defining feature.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you as the water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger. Mate, you almost look like a professional.
Almost. We might not even have found a place for her date yet. She's still there. Got another level up too. Ma'am.
The old woman's. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older.
Don't you usually sleep more?
My suggestion is, don't. Don't grow any older than you already are. A lullaby my mother used to sing. Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song.
Yes, it does. I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Sure thing, ma'am. How good is this jacket? Pain threshold. Half-life. Oops. We got a pain threshold. I have a half-life clothing option. Shirt. Nope. That's my clothes now. I don't think he's getting it back, man. He's an asshole. Really, I only got it for a possible half-life check. Might as well.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
That's my motor carriage. Is this the best suggestion I could get, man? One?
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Alcohol? Connect. That's a good impression. You really cracked me up, officer.
She doesn't even understand. You asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
This over. Talking with spooky. Damn, we're not powerful enough, dude. But I had my nice shirt on. I need to look up some dating advice. Like my man should be packing probably a better pair of pants. That guy just runs away. I don't think I'm gonna turn in this jacket. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I really want to. We'll run the long way, I guess.
There's nothing else to...
These footprints. They're just ours? His? I guess they were his. Let's go paint the wall. Maybe I should do karaoke.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint. adding another layer of detritus to the city.
That's it. Let's see what the other one looks like. I thought he was gonna make something based around that quote. He literally just wrote that. I want to see the 3,500-year-old fucking diagram vehement. I was hoping he'd do something actually artsy. Maybe he does if you can pass the conceptualization. Crash. Oof, close.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver.
Looking for like a stick man.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint.
Fuck it. Good enough for me, dude. Oh, my spaghetti fell out of me pockets. Talking to that lady, man, I wanted to go on a date. I don't care enough about that one to actually try to scum it or something. And there's... I probably will upgrade suggestion or get more suggestion gear at some point. So I'm not too in a rush. My eyes are done. I have to keep going, but we might stop soonish. Maybe not though. It's addicting once you get going. I'll try not to do like another break day in between. I want to keep rolling on this. So I'd like to continue tomorrow. Alright, time to jam, dudes. What do I wear for our jam session? That guy looks like a fucking zombie, dude. I drop the crowbar, man. We need composure. What else we'll need? I'm trying to make a guess on it. We might not need anything. It'll look cool, but who does, right?
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Oh, drama. Okay. That was one of the thoughts. We can do some drama. I think what our drama shirt's already on. actually good.
The stage is...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still, they are going to hate you.
I'm surprised that didn't fuck me.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Oh god. Should have done any of that.
The air is thick
Okay,
with
it.
anticipation.
Although it would probably be just as funny to see it failed. Maybe I should reload to see the fail.
Someone dims the lights
and the
as the music
success.
starts. Okay, here we go.
I bet this is a funny, like, good shit on one. You are correct. Okay. Alright, do you guys want to see the failure first then? Is that the call? And then we'll do the success. Oh, good one first. Oh, shit. Well, the good one's the one I want to end it on. But we'll start with the bad one, I guess. We'll see. Because I already exited out. Unless the bad one's like better to end on or some shit. Or you just check them both out and then roll with it. Be fun. Alright, now I need to hamper my drama. And then hopefully get the fucking roll still. We could cut into my percentages with the check, but... Okay, yeah. Either way, it'll be fun. Just want to see them both. I'll take it back of these damn loading times. Unreal. I mean, if we get the successful one, we'll just roll with it, because I don't want to reload anymore. I'll just see them both and then pick the one I want to roll with. I was really going to go with the good one, but since we're seeing them both, we'll make a choice. A makeshift choice, if you will. Now, let's try for the bad one, though. Drama down.
The stage is...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Immediate. Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Okay, this should be good.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. A lump's in your throat suddenly.
Is this gonna be fucked if I'm on streamer mode? Are we gonna like not hear the song?
I would often go there to the tiny church there, the smallest church
Glad I waited
in Sansa.
till night when there's like more people here.
Though it once was larger,
So loud too.
how the real may rest there. Down through the mist there,
They're fucking bad, man.
towards the Seven Sisters.
towards those pale cliffs there.
Some of some animations are very pissed, man.
I would often stay there in the tiny
The fucking lighter, dude.
I have been
Garrett's
so
fucking probably
glad
dying right
here, looking forward to the past here.
now. Yeah.
But now
See, the thing is, this one
all alone.
doesn't even fit my character anymore. Because he's been kind of getting it together.
This matters.
And now he's losing his shit again all of a sudden. But it's funny as fuck. Still fitting enough, but if we were going full ape shit, this would be perfect. Good God, dude, that was horrible.
Do you hear that? It's the most pathetic applause in the world, Harry. Made of pity. No one liked you. Your words echo in the karaoke.
You didn't like it.
People talk in the distance. A couple tries not to look at you.
Quit yelling into the mic.
You hear, or think you hear, uncomfortable shifting around. A bit of laughter, maybe.
I'm gonna unplug the mic now, okay?
I sang about real
That's
stuff.
it. I'm unplugging it.
That's it. You're unpowered.
Wow.
The slow clap.
Just wow. I hope you really enjoyed yourself up there. Had a cathartic experience. Because for the rest of us, that really sucked.
It's safe to say this is about your karaoke performance.
I have a vast soul.
Good for you. I'm not letting anyone up there again. Ever. Now, what did you want?
You feel bad suddenly. You see the delicate loops of handwriting in your mind's eye.
Thoughts?
Hello, officer.
Nothing. Thoughts?
Oh, hello, sweetie.
That was funny. Yeah, let's hear the real thing. Yeah. That was a pretty good scene though. That actually song was funny as fuck. Not just like, you know, they describe him singing horribly. Awesome scene. Just because it's that sad song. Is there like a different song? Or is it always the sad one that he does? As the goal. Because at the very beginning that was like the choice, right? Just to find the sad song or whatever, but there was like a different... It seemed like there might have been a different option.
The state.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
It always
Let me know
is.
when I should
Okay.
turn on the karaoke carousel.
Figured they wouldn't like have that many assets when the scene already has 2 ways of doing it.
The air is thick.
Oh Jesus, we failed the fucking 8%, dude. Man. I mean, as much as I'd like to hear it again, dude. Snake Eyes, man. Would have lost it no matter what. Snake Eyes. I'm really glad we reloaded that. If I was just sticking the mud about reloading, we wouldn't even get enjoy. Such a beautiful scene. I think I'm making excuses for
So,
some of the other
are you
reloads,
ready
but
for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air is thick with
it was worth seeing this
anticipation.
point for sure.
Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
Wonder if Kim was here, what he'd think. Probably that this is a waste of time, but if Kim is around, does he do anything fun? Like claps or any silly shit?
I would often go there. To the tiny church there.
Jesus, he's so gruff here.
The smallest church in San.
Just a one-liner, okay.
Though it once was larger.
This is just as bad.
How the realm may rest there. Down through.
I guess it's more fitting.
Toward the Seven Sisters.
Sadder, but
toward those pale cliffs there. I would often
like I
stay
had a
there
totally different voice. Like that clearly was somebody else's voice.
in
It
the
had to be.
tiny yard there.
He was like fucking going hard at so much higher pitch. Maybe it is the
so
same
glad
voice, but I'd like to think it was different.
Looking forward to the past here. But now
I just picture that corpse singing this.
you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
That was still shit, but it was the tonally, I guess it was right.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Thank you, Asian reptilian brain.
There is silence now, in the deep. This guy really carried you.
Yeah, clearly. My partner Kim, even though he's not here right now. The pale nothing that will devour the world. Whoever wrote me that fucking letter, I still love you. Thank you very much, asshole. That letter. I don't even remember the letter. So can you dedicate it to Kim if he's here? I feel like that's gotta be gold, man. But I'm not gonna reload everything just for it. It's all shit, Gert.
The microphone amplifies your voice in an uncomfortable manner. Someone coughs. Most people have gone back to talking now.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
I wonder if you say that right after the, without talking to the reptilian brain, if it goes better.
Last words.
Say nothing, leave enigmatically. Beast mode, dude.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
Thanks, Gart. He actually thought it was cool, man. Nailed it, dude. Free room, Gart? What do you think? I already have a better place, but wouldn't that be cool still, buddy? He's alright, man. He's rational, man, you know? Shit sucks. He's a bit cynical about it, but he deserves to be.
You see a heavy steel door.
He comes around, dude. Or he can come around. Mine smokes and smoke. What else do we want to do now? We could read some more cases. Go run around. Saragi's not here, so we can't do anything there. I feel like there's gotta be another way in here. Maybe you could sneak in and spend the night here. If you found the way to like get through without actually needing to pay.
The door is closed.
If there's anything else on the balcony here. It's gonna take forever, but curious with higher perception. There's not much I really want to do away from Kim's eyes, man. So, I mean, we could read the cases, which I'll do, but than that. That's what I really want to do right now. I could go buy smokes and smoke them. Just for some XP. I don't know, I've already drank one, so it's not like I'm completely sober. How much physical instrument, dude? Although most of these I don't need to do. Level that up soon. It's funny, I found a bunch of fucking booze, but I never find smokes. I don't know if I want to buy smokes, though. I need to save my money.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage. It takes about half an hour. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually looked like assholes.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected
I mean, it can be cool,
locations. They took it to, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes.
Murder at the hookah parlor.
Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members, when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills.
Oh, my head. My teeth. Yeah, my fucking eyes are burning. Either my ear, my tooth.
Mills
This would be a
didn't
good
get off the
time.
pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains.
I'll finish out
running
this
with
day and
every
then
theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst
Shit,
jokes
cop.
you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it
What
was
a guy,
the
man.
final case.
Class act.
Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Was it an easy case?
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway,
Yeah.
a young man in his
So
20s
anyway.
found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah
This is
all morning,
watermelon.
all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular.
Oh, shit.
No calls,
This
nothing.
is watermelon
Just sucking on the
hookah.
hookah until 15:45. Then bam,
The word,
he's
man.
dead on the floor with his skull
The wording
busted
here.
open.
This is
Blood
where the
everywhere.
narration, the voice
What
is
happened?
actually fun.
How can it be?
Some of these like silly details, just straight, just told so straight, are just funny, man. Fucking watermelon hookah, he's sucking on it. Right after we just called it really fucking stupid. I guess it's funny to me. Just sucking on it.
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
And then he fell over. He must have sucked a lot of it.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
Yeah, I enjoy the rating. I mean, even just at its most base, you know, surface level kind of shit, when it's not really even trying to push any sort of thought, it's just, I enjoy just like some of the comedy, right? Nothing wrong with just enjoying some fucking silly ass comedy, like laughing at a dick joke or something, you know? Yeah, some of the words they use or in the delivery of some of the voicing is just funny. How they say shit. I also, like I said, I like that it's refreshingly like dark humor. You don't get as much of that in a lot of games nowadays.
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I mean, I would say overall, I've been not like super emotionally like, you know, really hit by anything like nuts. Right? I'm not feeling like these insane high moments of like, you know, emotion, but it's all been very entertaining, and I think that matters a lot, right? Like, it doesn't have to hit, like, yeah, it'd be cool to have it hit some like ascended, you know, level of like, you know, emotion. Maybe it will at some point, I don't know. But it's always entertaining, and for how much dialogue there is, that's really good. So I think the most emotion I've gotten out of it is probably laughter. I mean, I'm not the kind to just start fucking just laughing like crazy. So what you've seen of me having a chuckle is actually quite a bit of, it's quite a bit compared to the usual. So I've enjoyed that quite a bit. I think it's just style, and like I said, brand of dark humor and everything. Just even in the serious scenes, just makes it interesting. Overall, though, yeah, I'd say like the strongest things I felt is like that's got me is probably Kim. He's very endearing, and funny. There's a lot of funny scenes, but a lot of laughter. I don't think it's really been trying to like make you like super sad or anything. It's not really the style. Like I said, it's not really like a problem with the game. It's just something I've kind of noticed. Like, I guess you could be. I mean, I'm very interested in, like, you know, the main character. You do feel for him a bit. It's not like a big feel, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can get very into something told right, but yeah. It takes a bit more to really get a bigger reaction out of me, so. It's just something to think about, I guess, for me. You know, like, what does this do differently that I'm not getting those big hits like in something else? And is it a problem or not? I don't think it's a problem in this game. I think because you go into so many different characters and because there is such a kind of like comedic value to it that you're not gonna get like a certain range of emotion. I don't think it's a problem. It's just something. I mean, his history, what happened to him, maybe how they portray some shit. Some of the music can feel kind of melancholic and all that, right? Like, you definitely get a range of moods, absolutely. That's a great way of putting it. And it all fits. I think that's one thing, too. It doesn't feel like it's immersive, right? It doesn't feel like it's jarringly jumping between moods or anything. Like your guy being kind of a nutcase, and the world being very just as crazy as him in dystopia, and I think creates a very... It fits to have multiple moods, right? There's gonna be fucked up shit. There's gonna be like, you know, kind of down shit. But there also is plenty of room for like dark comedy and all that. It's a neat thing. I'm thinking about it more as I'm playing. I'm definitely not drawing any like big conclusion about the emotional storytelling or anything, but those are kinds of those are just the 2 or 3 things that I thought really stood out. I think the important thing though is that the base quality is very high. It's always interesting. I'll play games with like 5% of the dialogue of this, and they, you know, get boring you to tears. So I think the sheer amount of dialogue in this is maybe it's my speed. I don't know, but it's fun to listen to. It's fun to read. Yeah, I think the music's a little undermixed sometimes. It's a little quiet, but when it's going, it's good, man. And I think those probably give you the most, like I said, the melancholic kind of sad. I think melancholic's the best way to put it. That kind of like sad atmosphere. Those bits, I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe when you're just rolling around, one of the scenes where you learn maybe something about his past or some shit, right? Like it's interesting. You might think back to some of those when you're hearing some of the tunes, or maybe I do, but so I'm just walking around right now trying to decide what we're gonna do. We'll see. I guess I'll get into that more later. I wrote it down yesterday, but yeah, I haven't decided if it's true. I kind of put it as a middle ground thing. Because it's like, just because it doesn't have massive moments of like drama doesn't really mean it's bad if it's always very solid. That's a very plus thing, right? Anyways, we'll blabber about it more later. Just thought I'd bring it up. I think it's one of those things that you can't really talk too much about that until we're done with the game, I guess, right? That's gonna be where a lot of the heaviest hitting stuff probably happens, right? Where they're gonna maybe cinch his story or all of this world building will come to a head, right? And our investment. That's where they can make the most powerful. Yeah. Critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 11 Online. I have actually heard of it. Thank you. Slams door. The FF11 witnesses are at my doorstep. Yes, I have one of my own actually. Thank you. The B-Blade of FF11. I need to play it. Played all the other ones. Want hard hits? What's harder than that? Gunshots are the beat. Fucking hard hits, man. Need fucking like NFL Blitz or that's the hard shit. First day new job went great. Awesome, man. It's good to hear. I bet it was tiring mentally. First day on a new job, dude. Especially something as high profile as that. How could you not be tired? I'm about to be fucking out like a light too. Maybe I do a little FF14, but I don't know, man. It's chill. I hope I don't have COVID later this week. Yeah. Don't know how it feels to have it. My brother, I think, might have it. There's a good chance I'd probably have it, although I have the booster and shit. We'll see. It'd be one of those things I probably wouldn't be able to talk. But if I was alive enough to do like a typing stream, I could. I really need to keep cranking. I've never done a typing stream. Well, I kind of did with Life is Strange True Colors. That was in Discord, and then I stopped after like a third of the playthrough and just did it solo. Which, if you've been here often, you know, I play almost no games off stream. I'm very much a always on stream guy. Only a few chill games do I. But usually like a, you know, like a 5 to 30 hour experience, like I do it on streams. Literally every minute was spent in meetings all day. Meeting the team, meeting the higher ups, meeting the current devs in India, I'm such a person, being the boss, so yeah. Well, hopefully we made a good impression. I mean, I already did, I suppose, right? Whew. Hopefully it helped you as much as it probably helped everybody else, right? Everybody needs to warm up and figure out who you are and shit. I guess it's the same the other way. I imagine so if everything went well. Is tomorrow more meetings? Or you getting to work this week? Or is it mostly gonna be the preliminaries? Oh, cool. Well, good, man. That's awesome. First impressions are, I mean, it's a pretty typical thing to say, but, you know, important. Ultra-liberal, fascist, moralist. I seem to be a communist, though. Good cop / bad cop. Honor 5. What do you even mean? Honor 5. Honor choices, maybe? That makes sense. It's practical. Professionalism aside, I mean, just makes sense. We're all working together. Point having shit be fucking sillier than it needs to be. Good deal. I could go do the interfacing. I feel like I want Kim there for his dialogue though. I could just go to bed. I need to squeeze out every minute of everything. Maybe I'll buy. I think this is an important Kim line. No Apple? How come? More for work or just a personal thing? I don't know much about the new iPhones. I had one iPhone ever. It was like a 5 or 6 or 7, somewhere in there. I had a touch, I guess, at some point too, but yeah, why not? I've had two Androids. I like the Android. I'm not like a heavy, I mean, I use my phone all the time, but I'm not like a heavy user. Sorry, I got distracted. Well, yeah, I mean, ironic when I'm not a heavy phone user. Like, I'm not like a power user, but there are things that I browse every single day that are only available on Android. I think that's more of a talking about the power of the phone. I don't need like a super high-tech phone, although mine is pretty strong. Or it was. It's Galaxy Note 9. I hope I never have to buy another phone again, though. One does it for me. I don't play many games on it these days. I will stream some stuff from it, but for the most part, there's just some apps that won't be on stores and stuff I like, and I got a lot of freedom to customize. But that just kind of fits for me, but like I said, I've tried iPhones. So for work, they have apps in the App Store that I'll be working with, so that's kind of part of it too. Yeah, that makes total sense. I mean, it's not like you can't do anything on an Apple phone. And some people love the simplicity and streamlined nature of it. Galaxy S10, yeah. I like my Note 9. I think if there's any problem with phones nowadays is now that they're so big, I can't type like this anymore. I used to be extremely fast and accurate. Now since I have to type vertically, I'm very inaccurate, but still quick. I mean, you could still do it sideways, but the keyboard layout isn't like a normal keyboard. It's like split. It fucks with my muscle memory. I guess I could get used to it, but anyways.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
The Headless Phone Rider.
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets.
Yeah, I've heard that the Apple laptops are supposed to be pretty jacked, like the newest one.
As you see, he's missing his head.
There's supposed to be some magic going on in those. I'm guessing you got one of those.
$50. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the...
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Thanks, dude. 50 cents ain't bad. But why? What is it? Still, yeah. Hey, I'm not really a big fan of how Apple like handles a lot of their shit. How they kind of have, you know, everything hyper controlled down to even repairs, their storefronts and stuff. But you know, I've heard good things about the laptops for sure. And I can see the appeal in their style as well. Streamlined nature of it. It's good for stuff like, you know, or something, right? Yeah, why not? Diversify a bit. You might like it more, you might learn something. It's not like you can't switch. If they're paying for it, you don't have to really invest much. Get yourself into it. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Well, I'm really glad it went well, man.
Hey,
Really am.
was there something you needed? You're already set for the night. Your door is unlocked. Another thing. Great. Oh yes, that door. No, I don't have...
Wondering about it is, of course.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch...
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing. He looks at the dust on him.
Yes?
Ooh, how's Britt been? I haven't seen her much around. Hopefully that's been going good too. The W sign you have has access to the full W suite, but the license can be used on 2 PCs, so use W for your videos and stuff, so you want to install your first PC, use it, that's fine by me. Oh, that's pretty nice. That shit ain't cheap. Can you still buy Adobe in full, or is it always like a yearly, monthly thing? I imagine you can buy it in full, or maybe at least businesses can. Interesting. We'll stay at the other place tomorrow night. It's been the last night here. Yeah. I've always wanted to like have Photoshop or something, but
The window stands broken.
I don't use it enough. I just use GIMP. If I did more videos, maybe I would want to have one of those or get Vegas or some shit, but maybe I would do more if I had it. I don't know.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Maybe we should stay at the other one. Well, we did pay for this. It looks like better, honestly. And just because we paid for it, I mean, I have to stay here. Maybe he'll give me my money back. We'll see. I'm willing to see. I doubt he will. We already paid for it. Oh, okay. I'm used to 2 weeks. Back when I was working at Walmart. Everybody does it different, I guess. I think it was a Thursday, 2 week to the next Thursday there. Or something. That was a while ago though. It's probably different in different areas. Yeah, why not? Sure, the happier employees or whatever is more worth it. She's always out, dude. They both are. And the drunks, I guess. I've been streaming for 12 hours. I think this will be perfect.
This late in the night.
I mean, I do.
Time to call it a day.
This game is addicting. I do like. There's always like more stuff I want to do, and I'm always interested to see where certain things are gonna go. There's never just a moment where you just are clean. You know, oop, all the threads are tied up, right? Like, so it's a very easy game to lose track of time on. I think if there was ever a good time, probably the end of the day. 12 hours of stream, even end of my day. It's probably perfect. So once we sleep and see whatever the fuck happens when he wakes up, I think that'll be it for today. My eyeballs are dying. Take a brush. Lost the choppers.
On the table, you see a...
I mean, this place looks better than the fucking apartment. It's not.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth.
Smoke.
The blotted flowers.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now.
I've become too much of a something, man.
You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless,
Come on,
meaningless keepsakes.
They were sold, dude.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
I am.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Economic self-interest.
There he goes again.
A political
He's
animal.
a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around
How
him.
does that? That's one way to think about this game is so many things end up being political, or like you have very little options in some situations to not answer politically. When I feel like, I mean, clearly they want to say something there. That's just the way they want to take the dialogue. In an immersive way, you'd have plenty of ways to not answer. Not to avoid politics, but when I see we're making progress, measured steady progress, to me that means more he's getting better, his mind is getting more, you know. He's healing himself, he's not going to be able to do it overnight, right? He's got an issue. You know, we've been thinking about the hard thoughts in the thought cabinet, avoiding the scissor, stuff like that, but then they're just like, oh, it's political, so maybe they're just jabbing. I don't think the game is like annoyingly political or anything. There's just a few moments where it's like, we got it, you know, we get the political thing going on. Sometimes they're more personal or just there at that moment kind of dialogue option. At some sweeping kind of joke politics thing would be better at times. Doesn't happen often, but it's a little bit. This one probably irked me the most.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
I mean, it's probably of no consequence, right? But maybe just be my idea of what I'm doing with the characters a little different than what they want. Yeah. I definitely see the comparison they're making here. But, I guess since we're inside of his mind, it was maybe a different context. And maybe they're just throwing the politics out there. It doesn't matter much.
Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
I like the very different duets there. I think that's where logic has shined the most for me. Other than just being interesting, right? Like, you know, just trying to like puzzle things or people or situations out. It's really good contrast against some of the more or I would say artsy, more formless shit, like do it for the win, or that kind of crap.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
And the more crazy stuff.
It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here.
Right.
An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse. Oh, sure. You've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks. But who's focusing on the big questions?
The most qualified and highly credentialed people. What am I supposed to do?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues. The human welfare index. The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios. Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee. You don't need no stinking committee. You're the law.
I'm the law.
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez. Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves. Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels.
The proper channels. I'm prepared to take on this awesome burden. Sure, dude.
Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
This awesome burden. Form a committee of moralists to assign responsibility. I don't even know what they're going for here.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. On the table, you see a bowl of...
My guy's face is going to be less puffy by the end. Probably not. Responsibility. If you don't do any side quests, does it even say that? They also mentioned the postcards. I imagine that's like variable or dynamic dialogue or something, modular. I don't know what word you want to use for it. I assume that dialogue can be different. But then again, maybe they just assume you'll do some of those things in even the smallest capacity, so it still holds water. But surely you can completely avoid.
Yes?
I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps... I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Yeah, damage. He means
the damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
We need to talk about responsibility.
What do you want to know? Good.
Let's ask him about responsibility. We're just joking about democracy and shitting.
Yes? I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject. If you ask me, it's high time for you to put the bottle away. Sober up, get back to basics. That would be my advice.
Yeah, I like this turn of events where he's like very, like fucking real about what you'd expect. And our guy's going on some crazy, extravagant topic.
Why are you pronouncing it like you are a coalition bureaucrat? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? Ah, now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility?
How did you know?
Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified to serve on any committee. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Hiddleston, the gentleman near the Fell building with the distinctive way of speaking.
Mr. Hiddleston. Oh, that
Now,
guy.
was there anything else?
I don't even know what Kim cares about politically. I think that's another interesting thing with him. Because I assume you can. He's probably said it. But like it's such a part that I give the little shits about with him. I don't even know if like that would annoy him or not. The committees, dude. I don't even know if I care about doing this, but it could be funny. Apocalypse caught. I think that's one of the ways that the game stays very unpretentious as well. I think some people could probably get tricked into thinking the game is like hyper pretentious, but then you get dialogue like Kim's that like just outright takes a dump on most every single thing in a very reasonable way. So I think not that they might not have some kind of point about something, but I think when something is generally aware, or someone can write, you know, the taking a dump on angle, that can't be like terribly pretentious. Who knows? It's fun. I don't really care about this, like, committee thing. But in pursuit of just seeing more stuff, maybe we can mess with it. I mean, I guess we just walk over there, like, 2 feet away.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? Well, that certainly depends. You know, the popular image of the Coalition is of a monolithic politico-military entity. But in reality, it's comprised of many interconnected yet semi-autonomous components. For instance, the offices of Inchicom are responsible for military affairs. These offices are located in the Bank of the World building, just a few kilometers from here. Well, then there's also the Provisional Commission as well as the Institute for Revacholian Culture, with its architecturally significant headquarters
I want
in
to assign
Rotterdam.
responsibility. Yep. Welcome back. We've been here for at least 6+ hours.
Inchicom is responsible for all aspects of the military occupation of Revachol. During the revolution, they coordinated the efforts of the Occidental and Gradian invasion. But these days, their function is primarily logistical.
At the end of the day, though, this just makes our character look even stupider. Like, what if I want to assign responsibility? If there was like some kind of side quest for the communism or the fascism angle, maybe we should have messed with it. I think those are just, they didn't say tasks, they were thoughts, so they're far less interesting to go for. It's like, this is, we're getting like the lore here, all sorts of shit.
Oh, the Institute is a marvelous organization. My favorite part of the Coalition by far. Their mandate is twofold: to export notable works of Revacholian culture throughout the moral intern, while also importing the most important culture products of the wider world to citizens of Revachol. There's an exhibition on Vespertine proto-expressionism that I can't wait to take Mikhail to. We're working our way through the major artistic movements of the last century.
Oh, fun, dude.
Of course there is. The Coalition's economic affairs are handled by the Bank of the World, Revachol Mission. They operate in concert with the Institute of Price Stabilité in Serre-la-Clé. Ah, that's simple. You're looking for the Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It's a sort of clearinghouse for coalition affairs in Revachol.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
If you will, picture the coalition as a kind of wheel. The hub of this wheel is the Comité de Responsabilité, and out from that hub radiate a great many spokes, which connect to Inchicom, the Institute for Revacholian Culture, the Provisional Commission, and so on. I have a long-standing interest in political systems. You see, it's my personal theory that political systems are a lot like personalities. In other words, how a state organizes itself is in some way the public expression of its innermost character.
I mean, makes sense that it's something made by people.
The man smiles at you for a long moment.
Of course, officer, we've only recently met. It would require a more thorough conversation than we have time for to answer a question like that. It's fascinating to think about, though, isn't it? Well, now, that is rather complicated. You can write to the committee directly, but I understand that there's quite the backlog. A month or more, according to friends of mine who just so happen to know about this sort of thing. Of course, if you could somehow contact Coalition Warship Archer, you could reach the committee directly. But, well, that obviously presents any number of logistical and technical challenges. A very astute question. You see, in addition to its role as a military warship, the Archer is also responsible for coordinating all Coalition communications and surveillance operations in Revachol. Not just watching, it's listening as well. I don't know the particulars, of course, but I would expect a warship like the Archer to possess the most advanced surveillance equipment available outside of Seoul. Well, I suppose you could rent a private aerostatic and attempt to rendezvous with Archer directly.
He does.
But I must caution against it.
Well, it
Warships
is
like
interesting.
the Archer are usually authorized to fire.
Yeah, he gives Shivers a run for its money.
That might be the trickiest question of all. From a technical standpoint, it shouldn't be all that difficult. You simply require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on
That one chick has one, I think.
The problem is that those sorts of radio transmitters are tightly controlled by the Coalition. Even
I think
the
part of the
RCM
jab
doesn't
here is
typically have
that
access to them outside of special
to
joint
make
operations.
change or do something requires 10 bazillion years of red tape and going through 10,000 different channels, and it's very hard for a single person to do anything. Although I feel like in any that kind of be the case in most governing systems, right? It's just these giant bodies of complex things managing a bunch of shit. The amount of things a singular person can do are just limited, man. There's just that many people. I mean, I guess you could probably in different systems do more things as an individual with less effort than others, but it's obviously like a very extreme kind of jab at it. Not that I'm defending or shitting on anything in particular, but I assume that's where the punchline's kind of going. I mean, it's just like 10,000 things straight, although we are getting an actual possible path here.
He's correct. It makes coordinating operations with the Coalition exceedingly difficult.
All that said, someone with a powerful radio and a certain level of technical skill might be able to circuit bend their way onto the Coalition frequencies. It's only too bad the old Feld engineers are no longer available. This sort of thing would have been right in their wheelhouse.
No one would mistake them for Feld engineers, but perhaps your young friends in the tent might be of assistance?
In any event, it's a fascinating technical
What's up,
challenge.
Rocky?
I'll be very interested to see how you tackle it. Sure, what's on your mind? But of course.
Hey, nice, man. Congratulations. What difficulty are you guys on? Are you guys popping it up, or some more bosses to do? Just farming? Oh wow, nice, damn. Man's fucking beast mode. It's always a good feeling. Just knowing you're doing fucking solid. Hey man, anybody could have those though. I guarantee the top peeps would. At least a few of them, right? That's still good. Physical instrument, but most of these are bullshit. Ice cream maker. The egghead are the only ones really. Ice cream maker will probably get something different. Oh yeah. I'm sure the end of this quest line is going to involve very little actually happening. We're just gonna solve the issues, right? Somebody needs to be responsible over the whole area. I'm sure somebody already is. Well, even as naive and silly as our guy's goal here is, I mean, at least he's like doing something. I enjoy it. I think it depends on what you're into. I could see it easily not being enjoyable for some folks, but I've enjoyed it. A lot of dark humor, absolute shitload of dialogue over not a massive map or anything. It's just very dense. A lot of different ways things can happen, it seems like, or at least different kinds of inflection, different versions of dialogue. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's addicting. There's all sorts of little side quests, or just crazy characters, or just fun shit that your character does to explore. The murder mysteries, I mean, cool enough. I think it does a good job of, even though it gets very political a lot of the time, jabbing at everything. And not being overbearingly political if that's not your bag. It's a good mix of everything. Like we said earlier, it has a lot of moods. It does them all pretty well. It's always fun. It's always entertaining. It's a hard one to fully explain, but I think if anybody's gonna be afraid of anything in it, it's probably its dark humor and that it's technically slow. But I think since the dialogue is interesting enough, the slow part doesn't matter. I have no problem with the pace of it. But I've seen people in here during this playthrough say it's too slow, so. We've been going hard enough at 14, trying to see and just being social. Awesome. That's great. Well, good to hear it. Glad she's having fun with it. People were comparing this to Planescape. I know you've played Planescape. I guess it's supposed to be, in a way, similar to that. The things it reminds me of are more in tone. Dystopia, dark humor, reflecting a bit on, and taking a lot of funny jabs at either governing systems or just like certain kinds of people, like racists or sexist people, or you know, or just being silly. It's just silly scenes. It's got a good range. Yep. Yeah, I did. I remember you had to stop too, because you're locked out on a save or something like that, was it? I thought you tried playing through it a few times. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it myself. I mean, I own it, but yeah, the curse. That's what it was. You been doing Pillars of Eternity lately? I saw you on that last night. Yeah, I don't know. I've been on for a really long time. I'm pretty tired, so I apologize. I'm not really answering the questions super well, but I enjoy it so far. It's fun. I think that I could play it for 12 hours. A game that's almost purely dialogue, and I probably move a total of like a few hundred feet total in game every 12 hours. That's pretty good. There's not like combat or anything. It's all just like different compartments of your mind you upgrade. And those pop up and dialogue and change how you're gonna kind of be able to handle things, and it's fun. Like I said, I'm surprised it was so many people's game of the year. I don't know if it's just because it's fresh to a lot of people. In a time period where dark humor and like shocking kind of stuff like that is not really mainstream, or if it's just people respect the novelty of it here a lot. I don't know. I don't know. I think, I mean, I'm totally fine with it being somebody's like favorite of the year. Just surprised it got into the mainstream as much as it did. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't get to actually come in. I was jumping to bed. I just saw the stream title. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do pillars as well. I'd like to continue our CRPG train. Like I said, probably Fallout 1 or Baldur's Gate 2 would be the next go-to, but don't know when. At some point here. Yeah, I enjoy them. I mean, this is kind of like fun. I mean, really, it's different than that exactly. I mean, yeah, there's gear, there's leveling, it's a lot of dialogue and story choice. So I think it's scratched those itches for somebody who's looking for kind of your CRPG thing. But I think stuff like no combat's probably it's gonna get. Gonna be the big difference. I mean, technically you kick people's asses sometimes. It's not that kind of game. I'm still writing notes and thinking through the game and all that, but overall I'd say I enjoy it. It's been cool. We'll see by the very end. I think it lives up to the hype and all that. But probably more about kind of what I think than anything. Mull it over some more here. Anyways, guys, sorry. I'm fucking Ramble City right now. I'm tired. I think we're done for the day. I was gonna get off and then we went and did a few things already, so so we did day 3 today. I think that was day 3 in its entirety. That was 12 and a half hours or so, or more like 12. Tomorrow, I guess we'll be doing day 4. Some of the things I want to do, probably going to the church. Probably try the novelty dice maker, shiver check. That would be cool. I'd really like to nail the fractured bullet thing. I don't know how that's gonna work. Probably gonna level up physical instrument, try to do egghead again, but maybe after the church. The date thing I'd like to try at some point, but I don't know if that'll work out. We'll probably forget one more door if I have the points and a nice replacement for it. Probably put another point hand-eye coordination, I imagine. I'd like to do another logic. Maybe we'll mess around with some more psych. Like a suggestion. Be fun. I think on drama, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, we're feeling pretty good on those. Yeah, we could keep up with them. I'm sure there's some impossible checks that would be interesting. I wish Encyclopedia wasn't a 4 right now. I don't mind the extra lore that it does provide some options and conversation, so maybe I'll put it back up to 5, but we've already seen a lot of what it can do, so exploring other shit would be fun. I've liked what we heard of Authority and all that. Yeah, those are some plans for tomorrow. Solid day. Enjoying it. I imagine we're still... I don't think we're going to finish tomorrow. We might get farther along, but considering how much we have, that I haven't even checked out the apartments yet, I imagine at least it'll be 2 more days, full days of this. It's really fine, I'm not in a rush. It's definitely a game best enjoyed at your own pace. I'm also listening to almost all of the voice acting, which probably makes my playthrough on average a lot longer than the original version of this for most people. Do not have voice acting for every little thing. But I've liked it. Could call Alice. Probably do that soon. I also do a lot of reloading just to see other options for fun. We'll probably mess with the scab leader and do that. I wouldn't normally, but I'd like to see what happens. Do Kuno's shit. Right to work. I just think it's interesting. He's just like a fake. I'll say a plant, but a fake dude there. He could be a plant though, honestly. The fake murder thing going on possibly got here with the bullet and all that. Definitely puts more people on the playing field. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities already, but definitely the case. What's her face? A bit more suspicious, but anyways, appreciate you guys watching today. Thank you very much. Sorry if it was a bit zombie. Definitely didn't have all my words today. I don't know if we made interesting thoughts about the game, but I had a fun time. I enjoyed playing it. Everybody else enjoyed just kind of what we saw. But anyways, catch you guys later. Appreciate you guys coming in, even if you're just here for a little bit. I don't know who's on. Let's just toast that little dude. He's doing barn finders, I think. See you guys tomorrow. We'll definitely, unless I get like COVID overnight, it's possible. Try to do that. Bye bye.